Okay, it's me. Hello. Business as usual, Baldur's Gate, bad internet connection. Me being just slightly, kind of, sort of late. Only by like a few seconds today. Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm trying to minimize, PC drain. Like, I rebooted and I don't have Chrome open at all, so I can't see my stream manager, but hoping that less memory consumption helps. Probably not going to though. How you doing, Chris? So today we'll hit level 4. No, we hit level 4 already, right? Yeah, we hit level 4. Today we'll hit level 5, provided I budget time well. And level 5 will be a big power spike, because that's when the martial classes get their second attack. Ignoring my DMs. What do you mean? What did you say? Oh, well, yep, it was at 9:30. I wasn't awake yet. Yeah, we'll do that tonight, Mr. Glenn. Thank you for the tier 2, for the 38 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Will's brows furrow as your minds connect. He sees the burning embers of Joaquin's rest. Then Florence face as she tells you of Ravengard's abduction.
DMS Ho? That's my nickname in high school.
Ravengard's been taken. Then we need to seek him out and get him to safety. You see, Grand Duke Ravengard is my father. I know I haven't said.
What a coincidence, Will. Grand Duke Ravengard is my daddy.
Not least for him.
We have so much in common.
Thank you. That means a lot. But
Shell armor, shell smash, white herb. I'm pulling Torterra. Yeah. I was using Torterra a little bit. Like, for part of my playthrough through this story, I had it with Rocky Helmet, Leech Seed, Sand Tomb.
These true souls are behind his abduction. His absence alone will sow chaos.
Protect and body press.
If they were to infect him, he could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father.
Because, like, if you trap something with Sand Tomb, it's gonna have to attack you. So, Rocky Helmet. But then also, you can just keep chipping it with Leech Seed. And then you got Leech Seed Protect. It seemed pretty good. Shell armor stops them from critting. So, like, I thought about doing Iron Defense. You can't escape me.
The blade of frontiers.
Really never gets old. Never gets old, Sora. Hope you're doing well, Hunters. On the DLC with Empoleon, Torterra, and Yanmega. I got a shiny Yanmega. I was just like running around and I accidentally ran into a shiny Yanma, so I started using it. Yanmega gets Tailwind. That's kind of interesting. Speed boost Tailwind. Your max damage red super shred fire this morning from Katagawa Ball. Shame it's both red and a super shred fire.
It's almost a pity things ended so amicably. Oh, what's to tell?
Starion still hasn't done a thing that I kind of need him to do. And I guess I don't need him to do it. If it never happens in the long rest, he just kind of awkwardly brings it up in conversation. Okay, so we can talk to Nettie. Steal some stuff over there. Where am I outside of the camp right now?
Who's that then?
It's Adventures of Wag the Silly Goose. Ah, I was here. Yeah, I'm not gonna help this guy. I always forget to follow up on whatever his quest line is in Act 3. I can't be bothered. I didn't discover the fast travel over here at Joaquin's Rest, so I'm gonna have to do that. Like the Super Stratifier with the Rad sucks, though. I mean, so does the Super Stratifier, but that doesn't mean you can't like it. That's the thing. For example, I love the lead sprinkler. Absolutely awful, but I love it. I think my love for the lead sprinkler is just leftover, unused lead storm love. After request is a bit annoying, it ties into the Necromancer. Oh yeah, I just haven't done that at all. Terrifying Empoleon, Roost, Brine, Ice Beam, Flash Cannon, Terra Blast. I really do like the Brine concept. Because there's a lot of ways to chip things down to half, and like a competitive boosted Dab Brine does a good amount of damage. Like, Brine isn't that much lower in base power than Scald is. Like, not having Scald isn't that big a deal. Hope you're well, Nunu. That was timed very well. Max damage times to Ogre, like the Ogre recognize how poo-poo it is. Yeah, Ogre's just like, at best, fine. But you can still like it. Arena Mons gets Scald. I think that's a good thing. Like, I think there might be some Dragalgy usage just because it's one of the few Scald Mons. Like, adaptability, Terra Water, Scald from Dragalgy actually hits hard. And it's an Acid Spray Mon as well. You could go, like, max bulk, click an Acid Spray, and then Terra Scald. And whatever you're hitting fucking dies. I can murder Hobo that Flaming Fist for XP. I don't need to do that right now. So there's an extremely good sword you can get over here by save scumming a very low chance thing and then doing a difficult combat. But I think I want to wait until level 5 for that. I could do Owlbear. I think Owlbear is the thing that makes most sense for me to do next. I guess talking to Nettie is important. Can wait though. Emos lets me go hit damage, negate most guns' glaring issues. That's true. Mixed Attack or Torterra. Shell Smash, Headlong Rush, Giga Drain. The thing is, like, even... So, a +2... Let's say you're at +2. A +2 Giga Drain off 75 special attack, presumably without investment into it. Not modest nature. Is like an amount of damage. I don't know if that's a significant amount of damage. Like, I don't know if I'd ever be okay with that over just clicking Woodhammer, you know? Like, sure, it's HP gain versus HP loss, but like, Woodhammer kills whatever you hit. Like, I'd probably just go Woodhammer, Headlong Rush, then like, protect Leech Seed. You just love Woodhammer Grassy Terrain, and it's good, so that makes sense. Terra type though. You probably want something to counter fire, because like there's fire Ogrepon running around, right? There's also gonna be a lot of flying stab. You mentioned flying Empoleon, but like probably gonna be a lot of flying Dragonite, still a lot of flying Landorus, you know. So like maybe Steel. No, not Steel. Rock. Maybe Rock, because then you resist the flying and the fire. Steel, you're still weak to fire. Or you could go fire and then just accept the neutral flying hits. Fire would give you that burn immunity. And considering there's Scald and Matcha Gacha in the mix now, on top of Inferno Parade and Heat Wave, Flamethrower, Lava Plume, Fire Blast. There's a lot of ways to get burned. Cryo damage boosts from superior firepower, all cryo damage or gun only cryo damage. It is all cryo damage. It's an elemental damage boost. There's no such thing as gun only elemental damage in Moses' kit. Unless you're talking bonus elements, but it's not a bonus element. Asterisk next to what I just said, because Cloud of Blood exists, but that's different. Growth Torterra on a Sun team. Sun seems like it got some crazy tools. Like, again, Fire Ogrepon. You can just put that on a Sun team with, like, Flutter, Ninetales, Chi-Yu.
This thing won't yield its
magically sealed. Can't go ape smash on this thing.
So, you say that, Karlak, but there's actually, like, a few ways of opening this. There's the intended way. Going over here. Beating a check.
That's curious.
Reading this prayer.
Just an old prayer.
If you fail the check there, then you need to pick it up, tap in your inventory, and then read it again over here. But what you can also do is just throw the chest until it breaks. Oh, I could use that. She's below 50%, so that would actually activate.
Attention.
Kevin, you are a cat. Good observation. Torterra kind of strong into the our steel types right now as well.
Can't give up now. Wonder if the gods are watching.
Thing is, like, what steel types are relevant right now? Obviously, King Gambit is always like half a breath away from being a menace. Like, what else?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Do I have drought poison? I don't. It'll be fine, surely.
All right, time to skulk about.
Come on, camera. And I'll go there. That works too.
What path lies before me?
Okay, so the way I did this in my solo run was I used drought poison to put the owlbear to sleep to get an additional round on it. I'm just gonna brute force it with this. That failed. We got the surprise round still though. Karlak is not in combat yet. That's good. Evan, if you could stop meowing at me, that would be most excellent. Evan. You need a great test with Ice Mirror sucks, yeah. I think the big thing is like Mamoswine absolutely just shits on Torterra, right? Like Icicle Crash, Icicle Spear, Ice Shard. Could use a fire arrow, but gonna go for the big damage here. Greedy, but
That's a friendly looking shadow.
dice uses Torterra is kind of interesting too, since the Bullet Seed and Rock Blast. I've been running loaded dice backs, and it's as silly as you think it is. Scale Shot, Icicle Spear, Dragon Dance, Protect. It's quite silly.
I don't need any attention right now.
Silly, you say? Yes, I do say.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Stealth Archer. Truly, it's balance.
Better be cautious.
Maybe need to respect you enough to move.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
turn off sharpshooter for this last one because it's only 2 more damage. I got a Karlach inspiration for that.
Cub looks from you to his dead mother. A single strike will end his suffering.
Let the creature live. Dark Urge is a bad guy, but not necessarily a bad guy. Wholesome. Nothing unwholesome is gonna happen. At all.
You watch
It's just...
speechless as the cub begins to eat his mother.
Oh, okay. Nothing else.
Perhaps it'll live. To keep going.
On me, I'm just gonna loot this. Yo.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Alright, come on, Mama K, let's go.
And move.
Alchemist and BL3. It's not a gun you use for killing things. It's a gun you can use for self-damage for situations where you do not have stable footing. That's the most optimal use of it. It's been used in some endgame speedruns for that reason. Like, for example, you can self-damage yourself while sliding down surfaces, such as in GTD with the Alchemist. Because you can't sell out on those, but you can Alchemist. But in terms of damage dealing, Torg ARs and BL3 suck for their sticky mechanic. If it's not Contained Blast, it's just mediocre at best for direct damage dealing. There are Torg ARs that can do some decent damage, but like the sticky ones, ironically enough. Because unlike Wonderlands, only some stickies are good. Lovable Duga Burr. It's still firmly in the area, but you certainly can shoot it a lot. How's your sticky doing? It's okay. It's okay. Animal handling. Really? You're not gonna make me fail the rules on Scratch. Come on, game.
Shackles raise.
It's Scratch.
You see a name etched into the leather. Scratch.
Scratch is a good boy.
With a deep, heartbroken whine, the dog bows his head. He whines, but remains rooted by the corpse's side.
There's two kinds of BG3 players. There's people who help Scratch and people who aren't people. Explain to me the dice situation. Let's download the game I'm about to play. So it's Dungeons and Dragons. Most actions, you roll a d20, and you'll succeed the check if you rolled higher than whatever the difficulty class of the check is. depending on what skills you've invested in and what passive bonuses you have on and stuff. You can have flat bonuses that can help you out. Like, let's say you have to hit a 10 to pass a check, but you only roll a 5, but you have 6 in bonuses from like your gear, then it'll be an 11 and you pass. If you roll a 1, you always fail. If you roll a 20, you always succeed. With how this game handles that. It's the short answer is it's Dungeons and Dragons stuff. This game is pretty much as close as you can get to having a D&D tabletop session translated into video game format. Hey Luke, how you doing? Looking handsome as ever? No you. No you. Okay, so we got Scratch and the Owl Bear Cub situation stuff handled. I guess I do need to go talk to that guy. I forgot to get the fast travel again. $120, they provide you with a number and you have to hit higher than it. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Hey Piggy, how are you? Like playing D&D without all the time coordination. Imagine scheduling anything as an adult. Never played D&D, but I love RPGs and hear great things about PG3, so I want to try it. Lifelong RPG fan, and this is definitely among the best of them. Any day. I highly recommend. Big vouch. More Baldur's Land 3. Yeah, I'm not finding very many bald people today, but like maybe we'll change that. I'll be among my people soon. You know wisdom is stored in the bald? You can still dig anywhere, so if you know where a dig spot is, even if you fail the survival check, you can get it. When people don't sort their food by size or rearrange their fast food bought burgers. Yeah, that is compulsive behavior. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's brain works a little bit differently. Tummy hurting but good otherwise. I can relate to that hard. My tummy was not great today.
Miri. No. Gods, no, no, no. You should have stayed. You should have been with me.
Sort food by size. Why? For insertion. Into your mouth. Get your head out of the gutter.
She would have survived. If only I'd kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry. What am I gonna do? She's all I had.
Now you don't have money either, because I took that.
It's for her sister's wedding. I made a stupid joke about keeping it. We argued about it for hours. Then she took the dowry and left. She said I'd never see her again. She was right.
I think I found the dowry.
Please, she'd want her sister to have it.
Here's the thing, though. I like money.
Then get it back. I'm sorry. It's just... It's important.
I understand. Okay. I hear you. I understand. What if I made it so you don't have any more problems ever again?
What's the story?
No time to rest.
Doesn't that sound good?
Light on my feet. Can't risk being in open view. What do we have here? Don't waste a
See, I rescued him. Rescued. All Bens but me, last Ben standing. You ever see the movie The One? New? The Jet Li movie?
Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
I finally discovered that fast travel point. Kept forgetting to do so. Oh yeah? Yeah, that's you and all other Bens. Thinking XP. I'm thinking I won't hit 5 until after I've started dabbling in the Underdark.
Don't be shy.
There's less damage, but the lightning charges. And I could have her throwing. But I think I keep Sword of Justice equipped and then I throw that separate. Oh yeah, you picked up a chest.
I've got a long road ahead.
Alright, Mr. David Bullock, thank you for taking care of Luke. I appreciate it. Short King? Yeah, my character is a Short King. DC 20. I might run out of Thieves' Tools on this.
She's on fire. There you go, quick.
I can buy more. This will just decide where I'm going next. Still have 2. This is the jump one. Right. Right. Okay. Do I run with Harold for a bit? I don't have Hunter's Mark naturally yet. I don't need the advantage against monstrosities right now, though. I do have to go buy Titan String Bow, I suppose. What's my intelligence right now? Have I dumped that yet? I have. We hold off on getting Titan String for the moment, because I don't really have that much money. Then again, I should just do it. Here's what we'll do. Hop over here. Go back to camp. Swap Karlak out for Will for better prices because Will has more charisma.
Well met. That
I could respec Karlak for
Girl and she's on
charisma.
fire. There you go, quick.
Hey, soldier.
I think I might. Thanks for taking care of Nightbot as well, Mr. David Bullet. I appreciate it.
The year, 10 air. The place, a sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate. Our hero, Karlak, a knock-knee delinquent from the outer city with everything to give and nothing to lose. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash when I fell into the wrong crowd. Worked for a guy I respected. A lot. Turns out the feeling wasn't mutual. Through the jigs and the reels, he made a deal with Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. Well, to war. I learned quick how to stay alive. And the engine served me when it came to killing devils. 10 years of that. The stories I could tell.
I just love the aesthetic of her looking down all angrily at me. It's nice. It's pretty cool. I'm a fan. Of course, there's a Death by Snoo Stew game over in this game. Just discovered. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one, Trade Secret.
I'll mete out the best ones bit by bit, so you always have a reason to keep me around. Clever, right? Guy named Gortash. Politician. Inventor. One of these wheeler-dealer types who seems to have a finger in every pie. I guess I was naive to think everything he got up to was above board. What did I know? I saw a job. A good job. With people I liked. Doing work I was good at. Sometimes I'm jealous of that girl. Ugh, to feel so invincible again. Gives me energy. Power. But you've seen it in action. Very hard to control. If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, enticed, I burn hot. Hot enough to burn anyone who gets close.
If there's a way to change the skin on gear. Yeah, a transmog system would be great.
I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try. One of these days, I'll sort the whole infernal affair out, get myself cooled off, and start making up for lost time. But not today. Copper for your thoughts. First things first, I need to get this engine tuned up.
Drink a fire, this potion, and go at it.
Ever since I left the Hells.
That's a thing.
Not too hard to find an infernal mechanic round here, right?
Early stages of Karlak romance. You have sort of a mini side quest. Like you'd be like, hey, I'm sure we could do something. Let me just figure out a way around that. And you got a couple ways of doing it. You can drink a fire resist potion. You could dunk yourself in water. It doesn't work completely, but it's a thing. They thought of it.
Funny you should ask. I was just thinking about what would have become of us without that Nautiloid. I mean, I know where I'd be. Trapped in Avernus still, with the Blade of Frontiers on my tail. But what about you?
First be a tiefling, yeah. You just need to have fire resist in some capacity.
It'll come back to you. Maybe you'll recognize something we pass, or maybe we'll find out what happened to you. I get the feeling we've got a long road.
I like how
ahead of us.
supportive all the characters are of Dark Urge when he just casually mentions like really concerning things. They're like, oh no, you're fine, honey, you're okay. And then when I actually do something fucked up, they're like, oh, you weren't kidding.
What's on your mind?
Like this, ready?
Well, look. You've said it, right out loud. That takes guts. The guts you'll need to change. Or at least make sure you're channeled in the right direction. I've got enough enemies who could do with a good bloodletting, you know? We were both part of Zariel's inner circle. Her by choice. Me by force. In the I'm sure when Zariel gave her the... I don't know. No kidding. The fighting, the Anyway, what were we talking about? But, as for what's going on in your... Ah, come on.
Okay, just speeding through the rest of the dialogue. Yeah, I think another level sorcerer makes the most sense here. I could go Wind for sure. Do I want distant or do I want extended? I think distant more globally useful. Yeah, I'll go with Magic Missile. It's boring, but the utility, hard to match.
Best be on my way.
I don't need to bother doing Long Strider. He's not going to be in my party for long. I'm just using Will to talk to vendors.
The pride of the gate. And I'm off.
Reckon I might actually miss this place.
Oh, is your strength not that bad? Really, Will? You can't.
The pride of the gate.
Yeah, maybe you do need Long Strider. Does that help?
Defender of the people.
8 strength problems. Can't do any of the cool jumps. Well, you can have your fall damage, Will. I'm over it.
A hero at heart. And I'm off.
Yeah, my cat's being extra meow-y. Alright, what's your gift, cat? What's your gift? You're not being very reasonable. I get you this water, but cat is gonna hear you just knocking it out of the hole.
Belt knife, check. Boot knife, check. Jock knife. Oh! Helm's hanging. Oh, that hurt.
You're gonna stop screaming. I anticipate that'll give us about 5 minutes of no cat screaming at me. That'll be a nice 5 minutes.
You don't want.
Well, if you have the gold, Mark, of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Titan string bow, yeah, 775 with Will doing the talking. Much better. I will take that drop poison. And the Bless Ring. Everything else I can kind of hold off on. I suppose Gloves of Thievery will be good for a little bit.
Pleasure.
Send all that to Wag.
No one's stopped me yet.
That's one of those rings that'll be useful, like, forever. This one just goes on my hotbar until, late in the game. Or not late, until Act 2. And I never use it again. Keep that for now. I might use it, I might not. Now back to camp. Will has served his purpose.
Well met. Are you sure?
Should mind my step.
We get Karlak again.
Hey, soldier.
I should really long rest before I do anything else. But I'll wait. I'll hold off. Well, let's see, what can I do? I can go get the Hill Giant Club from the Underdark for some free additional strength. That would let me respec my strength points into Dex. There are a couple combats I'm not really eager to do down there, though. On spiders? Not yet. I kinda want to wait until level 5, or at least until I have more fire arrows. Because, like, I can get into the Underdark a couple other ways. I can go through the Zent Outpost. I could go through Goblin Camp. I don't need to go through spiders. I mean, I could, of course, just Featherfall and jump past them. That's going to consume a scroll. And I'm a hoarder. Forgot to mark most of my vendor trash. I don't even sell everything that I could sell. Go to the next vendor. We're not doing bad on money. Okay, there's an Infernal Iron for Karlak I can get. We can do Necromancy of Thay stuff. Yeah, we'll do this. Probably some saves coming soon. That's okay. The stomach is not happy with me today. Very unpleasant. Poison resist elixir, that'll be useful.
That might be worth a look. making me sweat. I'm nothing.
Provided this doesn't go horribly, this shouldn't be too hard, so I don't need to be at full health or anything.
I feel like a rofé in a tea shop. Don't be shy. What's cooking?
On sharpshooter, I guess. Come on, 75%. Thank you.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Where to? For me?
Oh, whoops.
A bit of caution never hurt.
I forgot. It's fine.
Just out of view.
That's why you split up.
Making me sweat. Me?
Oh, I should have worn better boots.
What a charmer.
Better make my next move. Best get in and out.
That's awkward.
I'm heating up.
I guess I needed to have her hide. 22. Wait. Why did that do 22 damage? What? Oh, vulnerability. Wait, Great Weapon Master works on Pommel Strike now? I thought it didn't. Huh. I guess that was an early bug. That was unexpected.
Whispers. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Da, da, da.
AoEs and Pommel's amazing. Yeah, I knew it worked on the AoEs, but... Oof. Actually switch to
What
that.
now?
Wanna dance? Up to.
Does this count as adventuring? Don't waste a step.
Hey, good looking.
That might be worth a look.
Invisible me.
Keeping my head down. Don't mind if I do.
I smell blood.
Don't get hit hard.
Peace. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Need some oil over
Said
here.
don't. Oh no. You're just gonna open and close that one? Okay. I see. And now I have Dread Ambusher.
Into the bloody fray.
What do we have here?
Help her. Game is definitely acting a little wacky right now. A little silly.
soldier.
Out of sight, out of mind. All right, time to skulk about.
Let's
Oh.
march. Got it.
Like a vandal.
Oh, my hand slipped.
Damn, it's good to be alive. Ooh. Hello.
Basically free XP. Hey, Will. Thank you for the 36 months. 3 years. Yeah, time is a scam. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hope you're well. Means the world as always.
What to do?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Craig.
Dream in red.
3 years, Krasi.
Razi.
Speak your name. My master, if you are his ally,
Wow.
step
The mirror
forward
really
and
said you're too short to be him. Come on. Come on. I should use Karlak. Actually, yeah, we'll save scum that. I still got the inspiration either way. A lot of today's stream is going to be messing about doing things that are high XP yield for low combat to get as close to the next level up as possible. Because then I'll really start being able to like brutalize things. Because martial classes get their extra attack at 5, which means for every action I get 2 shots. So start of combat on my archer, I'll get 3 shots. If I have haste, then I'll get 5 shots. If I have bloodlust potion, then I get 7 shots.
What's cooking?
speak your name. My master was human.
Oh, racist mirror.
You are his ally. Step forward and declare it.
More funny barbarian options? I'll take it. Should have gone with the intimidation. 20. Wow, a 1? Really? Alright, I'll save scum that. We'll go with intimidation, as usual. Not target enemies in darkness and fog clouds unless they're very close to you. Devil Sight disagrees. Which I wonder how much I'll use the Devil Sight strat. I did give Will Devil Sight, I think. There's a high chance I do.
Come on, let's go.
Speak your name. But if you are his ally, step forward and declare it.
Advantage. Still rolling low. Come on. The game's determined to have me burn all my inspiration here, isn't it?
There is a pause as those glass eyes take you in. Then,
Still breathing, despite everything.
I suppose I could have brought a star in here to get inspiration there. There's a Featherfall scroll. I could use that to get into the Underdark if I really want to. AC gloves. Huge, 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 huge.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Arlec up to 16 AC, so she's taken fewer hits. She's got 1 from the ring, 2 from the gloves. Yeah. Once we get her some decent robes, in good shape. We get her the cloak in Act 2, though that'll be a while.
Is that blood? No.
Guess we could get her the web immunity boots. Without having to fight any of the spiders. Guess I disarm that. If I disarm the gargoyle, then the pressure plate doesn't do anything, right? Well, I failed perception. So there's traps that I know are here, but my character doesn't know are here. I definitely don't have the saving throws to successfully do the book thing, but I don't have the amethyst yet, so we'll wait to save scum that. That's a lot of scrolls, that'll be useful. Hey McBabe, how are you? XP progress is slow going. He's up there, but
Soldier? Really? Yes.
oh yeah, there's another shovel here. Alright, there's 3 shovels in Blighted Village, at least.
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
Sousa bark. Rare find. There's only one place I'm finding a Sousa tree. The Underdark.
Infernal metal. That's what my engine's made of. Hang on to that.
We haven't actually talked to Damon yet. Gotta go do that. Wag check, wag. Hmm. I can get the evidence for that quest without too much trouble. If I jump, do I have potion wise? A flight still? Have I used that? I guess I've used that. Or flight or invisibility. I could probably still do it. Make a hard save for a long rest. Got to play the new Pokemon DLC last night, of course got sidetracked. There's a Jangmo outbreak, had to farm for a shiny. I think Kamo will be interesting in current competitive scene. There's a lot of dragon types though. Deep competition. Especially with Baxcalibur stonks going through the roof with Scale Shot. And Garchomp might come back, like now that it has Scale Shot. We'll see. Then you've got Dragalge getting Scald, makes it pretty interesting to me. Yeah, Kamo is just good. I don't shiny hunt, but because of how Scarlet Violet work, you know, you get a lot of shinies just organically. While running around in the DLC, I've gotten a shiny Yanma. Something else shiny I got. What was it? A Noivert. Yeah, a Noibat. And, yeah, that I evolved both of them. But just running around, stumbled into them.
You don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
Mighty N running around, got a Jangmo and a Ember Shiny from the sandwich I made with shiny odds. Look like they're both fighting type.
A slave to
Yeah.
sanguine hunger.
You can just straight up kill him here. It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna. But
It's not what you think. I'm not some monster. I feed on animals. Boars, deer, kobolds, whatever I can get. I'm just too slow right now. Too weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer, fight better. Please.
like, if I didn't have blood, I wouldn't fight.
Courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
I don't remember what this does. Actually, I kind of do.
What's this? What's happening?
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back. His mind opens up, revealing cracked and quivering memories. At their heart, you see dark eyes commanding you to feed. You open your mouth and bite down, not into a tender neck, but into the twisting body of a rat. The only thing your master
Rat jam.
lets you eat.
Yes. Yes, I ate whatever disgusting vermin my master picked, so you can see why I'm slow to trust you. But I do trust you. And you can trust me. Because we don't have a choice. Not if we're going to save ourselves from these worms. I need you alive. You need me strong. Please, only be a taste, I swear. I'll be well, you'll be fine.
Okay, sorry, and I got you.
Everything can go back to normal.
So like, you can let him, and you have to pass a dice roll for him to like not go too far and accidentally kill you. Um, like you get a stat debuff. Basically, whatever Astarion drains gets a stat debuff, and and then he gets a stat buff. It's one of the things that makes him so powerful.
No.
But I don't want that debuff on my character.
You watch him.
Like this, Stones 33 Pants Grab. So now Astarion can bite things. It's very useful.
Morning. Well, oh, as for my other quirks, well, I'm
A vamp, anyway. You'd burn your tongue off if you went for this neck.
quite the opposite. I'm here.
Funny thing you can do here. Yes, hi Scratch. Scratch is a good boy.
I hear you did the deed. How was your... Oh dear. I hope next... but you're not here to gossip. What can I do for you? Keep your distance, darling.
So, you know how Karlach like runs hot?
This way.
And she just said, hey, don't try to bite. It won't go well for you.
It's hot. God, it's burning.
What the hell did you expect, Astarion? Come on!
It does enough damage to kill him too. It's so funny. I wonder how that plays out if you're Avatar Karlach. Like, do you get the scene of Astarion trying to bite you at all? Because I don't think you would. Does he probably have to drink like anyone but you?
Can't slow down.
Scratch is a good boy. More pets. Ignore my character's fucked up looking hands.
Hey, soldier.
Okay. How long Shredder reapplied? I could... Spiders... Let's get access to the Goblin Camp first. think I'll let Karlach do the talking.
Goblins ahead.
War drum. One of those can summon fighters.
Look it, Claw.
But
Sapper's here.
I wanted Karlach
Unless
to
you've got
do
another
the...
reasons.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Okay, we'll do the range. Of course I get a nat 20 on that. The DC 5 check.
How'd you know? Dumb as a rock, but world class at tearing the throats out of wee ones, she is. Rest of her litters inside in the pens. Beautiful beasts. Be a shame if you came all this way without having a look. But I can't let you pass just like that. Celebrating a raid we are. You'll need to wear our war colours. Nice to have this across the mug. Ought to do it.
See, I actually did it. Played through 1, but this is funnier.
My eyes! You shitey fixate!
Hey, he's blind. Nice attention to detail there. Okay, this is actually kind of a compound. Could blind that one. You only have 9 HP. Basically, there's a war drum I don't want them to hit, because that makes everyone else aggroed. The warg does the most damage. I don't have fantastic hit rate.
It's called a careful footwork. Best get in and out.
Oh.
You idiot!
That worked out perfect. Nice miss.
Let's have a little fun.
I think I'm still okay. This character's invisible. So I could Legacy of Avernus. Ensure the kill on a high roll. %. I'll do it anyway. Ooh, crit. How much damage was that? Holy shit. Yeah. 36. Perfect. Can't benefit from Great Weapon Master now, but...
Jimmy on the go.
You over here. Not the crit. Ow. Ouchies. Figure it was best to ensure the kill there. I want that archer up there dead, but... Leg, thank you so much for the 14 months. Good to see you. How are you?
Cover me! I'm going for the alarm!
Oh, don't go for the alarm though. What if you didn't go for the alarm? That'd be so cool. Vertical, my man, thanks for asking. Hey, vertical is definitely an achievement on some days, am I right? I'm proud of you for keeping on. And like I said, it's good to see you. That's an unfortunate miss. Ever played Void Bastards? I have not. Are we gonna have to greedy 55? Oh no. Good. I said do opportunity attack. But okay. That's cool too. Karlak's dead, but you know what else is new? Wrong wreck? Heard. Oh, actually successfully detected. I guess this is early game, my stealth sucks.
Can't even catch my breath.
How do I want to do this? I could shove and then shoot. I would need to high roll. 16, but 55% chance to hit. Bull shroud?
Can't slow down.
If they hit the alarm, I'm gonna reload, but going for it. I got to kill that one. Combat might end here. Drop the supports, I guess. And I'll just do this. Loom Stalker be like. Is this a surprise round? No.
Just out of view.
We'll hide. Out of Cunning Dash yet.
With haste.
Have a shot. You. Hamstring in case you can move.
Don't want to draw any attention. Let's see what you're hiding.
Arlag, time for your quarterly revival.
I'll feel that one later.
Okay. Making progress. Now we should have access to the camp. No problem, maybe, hopefully. I do want to kill these, though. Yeah, Long Strider, because you died.
Softer than a whisper. Wonder if the gods are watching me. I don't need any attention right now.
Blessed be.
See me, right? You do see me.
Better be cautious.
You don't see me now.
Out of sight.
Like, now you don't see me.
This calls
Like,
for
now you
careful
don't see me.
footwork. That's a friendly
Now you
shudder.
don't. Still good enough to do that yet.
Move with
That's
care.
later game stuff.
Just want a little look.
So there's alcohol there, so I can use a fire arrow. It's that simple.
Attention. Carefully now. What's hiding here? I'll strike you down.
Not how you play hide the sausage, goblin. I found the sausage.
Just out of view. How much farther can I go?
That's just a mountain pass. I don't need to go that way yet. Probably won't be using that entrance at all, but we'll see. Gonna need more fire arrows. You hit both vendors. Probably put Will in my party. I need to bite that guy's toe off.
Hear my voice. Obey my command.
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger.
Authority, drink.
Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are three figures before you. An armored male elf exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the weapon, and you will be worthy to stand beside them.
voice falters as a strange energy swells around you. The many-sided artifact. Somehow you understand it's repelling the presence.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
Stupid fucking face.
That thing's shielding us. Incredible.
We got a bunch of stuff we can do in this camp. Eventually everyone will be getting murdered, but like, not yet.
With fragulous crown and with scepter abraid, draw Ragslin, short work of the innkeeper made. The inn burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblet kind had reduced them to cowering filfenny. So raise it, your goblets, and drain them with pride. Draw Ragslin, the true soul, had let you glide.
Boo, get off the stage.
I never.
You! Move off!
Do as she says. Now. Now, where was I?
Wait a tick. That a friend of yours?
Suddenly.
Boo.
What are you
Hey, thank you for the raid,
doing?
Voltio. I
Busy
appreciate it.
here.
You
How are you? How'd stream go?
To you. Never. Come, let's continue our ballad. Draw Ragslin, draw Ragslin.
I just like watching Bolo squirm.
Draw Ragslin.
Ragslin?
Tumptuous, draw Ragslin.
Ragslin. I see.
You broke him!
Wait.
Ragslin?
Ragslin,
Ah.
we pray, we...
Come on, pigeon! Back to your cage!
Now, look what you've done.
Come on! But it's massive! My name's Gribber, idiot!
Just a babe. It don't feel right messing
Yes.
with it is all.
Not for me.
Oh, shut it! What kind of coward won't even chase a baby? You playing or what?
The owlbear cub.
Well, now, you look like a tough un, but have you got smarts, skills, guts?
The
It's got
chicken.
feathers, don't it? A beak. Besides, I reckon it owes us, seeing as how it just ate our last chicken. Reckon it owes us a game. You just got to do it simple, like I say, but
No.
no.
We want the owlbear friendo.
You notice a shiver run through his feathered coat. Fear, a desperate longing for the safety of his nest. But his mother is gone, taken. All that's left are these creatures.
Okay, little guy. I'm gonna kill them all later.
The cub tilts his head. He's considering it. The cub seems anxious to leave, but afraid to defy the goblins. They have to be dealt with one way or the other.
My friend, come with me. Yeah. We're gonna get him. Work our way around to it.
That smells delicious.
Play Borderlands and Tiny Tina. That's nice. Me too.
Fresh this on with me bare hands. Weaker than pixies, humans.
Oh, you got him good.
And who are you? Another pest? You're just a little halfling. And you
Bro, we're the
think you
same
rule
height.
the world.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
A lot of assumptions here. I don't think I'm better than anyone else.
Everyone says that. And then they spit in our faces. But no more. Things are changing. We got the Absolute on our side now. You better learn your place. Go on. Kiss my foot. Or I'll wipe that nasty look right off your face.
Little tyrant. Teach him some manners.
Oh, I'm gonna. Wonder how it would taste to bite his toe clean off.
You kneel before him, eagerly feigning reverence.
Ooh, a ring.
Good. Yeah. Good.
But with one quick snatch, you envelop a toe in your fell maw.
Trickster!
Darkridge is so
The toe
unhinged.
itself tastes of curd, cave-aged, with thick helpings of rancid gristle.
You fiend! I'll teach you some respect.
Will you? Will you be teaching me any respect?
It's hot in here.
Oh, this dude has a high AC. Hmm. Still 42. Here's what I'll do. Try it anyway. Unfortunate, but still worth the attempt. Nope. Needed to provoke the opportunity attack. Or to highlight the movement grid? I don't think so.
Well done. You humiliated a goblin. Let's go.
Yes! Yes! There! There! I've done it.
Blue Haven's hex, I assume this is as well.
He surrendered. Leave him be.
Help! Help me!
He has the loot I want, Karlach. Oh no, that makes everyone hostile. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, fine. He can live. He has his toe back. They have some attention to detail with things like that. Like, Nine Fingers actually has 9 fingers. But you bite this guy's toe off and... it comes back. It's almost like they didn't expect you to be depraved enough to bite fucking toes off. That couldn't be right. Oh, old body pain. Cat. Cat, take away the body
You
pain.
humiliated a goblin. Let's go.
Yeah, you kiss my feet. Alright.
Did that make you feel strong? You're more pathetic than he is.
Why did you approve, Karlak?
Arrogant pig.
Why did you approve if you didn't like it?
Crazy deranged monsters. Shouldn't be allowed in here. I've got to take a piss.
This is making my head hurt.
This calls for careful footwork.
Not. Have to be specific poison? Okay, yeah, that one works.
Over here, lads! I propose a toast. A toast to our victory and many more to come.
The vendor doesn't go in here, right?
When we gave him to the drow. To finding those looters and crushing them.
To the absolute!
This is making my head hurt.
What path lies before me?
Don't talk to me.
They're dead! Must have been those strangers.
Yeah, come accuse me.
You poisoned us!
As the symbol glows, power courses
Ah.
through you. Authority.
Let's all detect bots here.
I knew we shouldn't have taken that fancy berry beer. Could have tasted the poison if it hadn't been so sweet.
Elderberry beer. Goblins are allergic to it.
Allergic? You mean just the beer can kill us? Get out of my way! The-
Okay. That thins out a couple of these. Oh, we could have thinned out more over there, but...
Some nasty bugger's got it in for us.
Bloody racket.
I should put Shadowheart in my party for a thing here. Yeah.
Those thieves almost got past.
We got him now, eh?
Oi! Ain't no party in here. We're doing
I forgot
the
to free
absolute
Saza. I could have done that for this.
Stay-
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I just detect thoughts then. Low DC.
Can't be here to see the true souls. Those type. Well, I didn't say that. You here to see Priestess Gut. But do you now? She's through the bloody racket.
Oh, come on now.
Okay, so this area is, there's 3 lieutenants here. For, like, the good path of Act 3, or Act 1, rather. All 3 need to die. One of them turns everyone else hostile if you go into combat with him, so he'll have to be last. But I can kind of take this at my own pace, other than that. Okay. First things first. Go into camp. bringing Will in to talk to the vendor. I actually need him to talk to a couple of vendors. Where does Will hang out in this layout? You on the other side of a closed door for no reason? No, you're not. You're just behind the statue. Listen, I barely have object permanence, Will. You're gonna need to throw me a bone.
That...
Now, in every camp location in the game, there is a silver spoon next to Karlach. I don't know what they're saying with that, but it's good vendor trash. Oh.
Copper for your thoughts? Sounds boring. Oh.
Sharp as ever.
That the jingle already?
You recognize the crest she bears.
No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That problem. No complaints, mate. I just sold it. Not my concern, so long as I'm paid. Speaking of, something to trade or what?
Okay, so that's a good stat, Sigbo. Just extra initiative. But I probably use the slot for other things like hand crossbows for now. Invisibility pod will be good for something I haven't bothered to go and do yet. I do want more elemental arrows. I am low on thieves' tools. The stuff I actually need to purchase is from the other vendor for now.
Pleasure.
Pop back outside real quick. Yeah.
Time for a chat.
Hey Jaybrish, how are you?
Keep walking. Shop's closed.
Wait, shop's closed? Oh, if you poison, the shop's closed. Right, okay. That's important info. And go back to the safe then. Do things in the correct order. So, I gotta finish this dialogue, then go get Will in my party, and then do the poison thing. I think I get inspiration with the Starian for doing the poison. Anytime you lie your way in anywhere, Starian loves it. So, optimally, I bring in Will for this vendor interaction, and then swap out for a Starian. And then once I'm inside, I swap out again for Shadowheart. And then I swap back to Karlach.
Well done. You humiliated a goblin. Let's go.
You're looking down on me as well. I can get a by myself.
Ignore his spite, friend. Mercy is its own reward.
Karlach, you're a good person. You're running with the wrong crowd.
Arrogant pig. Crazy, deranged. Shouldn't be allowed in here. I've got to take a breath. No.
Lane chauffeur today, something like that. It's necessary for optimal gameplay.
Hey, soldier. What's on your... Oh, come on.
Get Will in.
Well met.
I should really respect Karlak to have charisma so she can just do this. But...
You looking to spend it?
Okay, yeah. So this returning pipe right here, this is going to be in Karlak's inventory for a long time, I think. I take the jump boots as well, may as well. Doomhammer is not bad, like free bone chill. But the thing is, I'm not fighting any undead that are super relevant at this point in the game, and by the time I fight some that are later, much better weapons. I do want all of those.
Get moving. Never a dull moment. Away from the merchandise.
I move that stuff from Will's inventory. Grab a Starion. I'll have to level him up.
I hear you did the deed. But you're not here to gossip. What can I do for you?
Tell Will to wait.
Well met.
I should level a Starion.
Are you sure? The blade.
Because I am going to use him in combat a bunch. For now, though, I think I can just be okay. I could level him as a cleric to get guidance. Because I'm going to respec him later. Oh, I should save first. Let me save first. One of these days I'm going to start naming my saves appropriately so I could actually remember what each are for, but for now I'll just continue to do things the hard way and then complain about it. Free fog cloud. That's pretty nice. Go with command sanctuary. Yeah. The hard way? Yes, the fully erect way. How did you know? I don't actually need to give him another level.
Alright, what now?
Quick save again.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Over here, lads! I propose a toast. Tactician's giving us a toast.
You raise your glass
This is different.
and shout.
To finding those looters and crushing them.
Go on, drink up.
Sleight of hand expertise and guidance. It was necessary. I got a roll 2.
That's it. Down the hatch. Now get out of my way. I need another drink.
Let's get going.
There we go.
You poisoned us.
No, I didn't.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
We'll do the detect thoughts route.
I knew we shouldn't have taken it.
These boots have seen everything.
So they're no longer in party mode, but a lot of them are dead now. Saves me some effort later. I get less XP total, but the combat will be easier. So.
So much.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Detect thoughts again. Yeah, thank you, guidance. It mattered.
Can't be here to see the true souls. What? You here to see Priestess Gut? Well, throw bloody racket.
More inspiration.
Come on now.
Now we have 4. So now I can go back to camp, swap out Astarion, swap in Shadowheart. Nepsy, thank you so much for the Prime and the 18 months. Always good to see you. Hope things are treating you well. As usual, if they're not, I'll fight them personally.
Oh, darling, it's
Quag Jiglin.
Something that... It hurts. Yes. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a positive. You can trust me on that. All right.
Yeah, I can level Shadowheart. Life be good, that's good. Now it's a shark party. Yep, we're... It's... Shark. Actually, question is, do I bring Shadowheart with me? Because do I want this buff on Shadowheart? I think I might actually want the buff on either Karlach or Astarion. Okay, so this is going to be the point where I decide. Are we doing Monkalak or Monkstarion? There's a permanent buff you can get for a character from doing a specific thing here, but only on one. It's not a huge deal, but it's when you're at low HP, you get a temporary bonus to wisdom saving throws and attack rolls. I can still monk on whichever one that I don't get that on. I think think it'd be better on Carla. I think it'd be better on Carla. I do want to level Shadowheart here because I need certain things on her. Monkstar, you filthy meta gamer. What if I just make them both monks? Thinking about utility for Shadowheart here. Warcaster would be good for something I'm going to have her do in Act 2. But I think Mobile is also good for that. Then there's Athlete. Yeah, I'm going to give her Athlete and a point in Strength. Reason for this is that is 2 methods of boosting her jump distance, and one of the best cleric spells in the game that you get at cleric level 5, Spirit Guardians, which is an AoE that reduces movement speed and does damage around you, doesn't do friendly fire, which means that optimal cleric damage for the mid game is just walking by enemies. So the more movement you have, the more you can take advantage. And jumping is a significant movement on your bonus action. We'll be going with that. Blindness could be... Spiritual weapon does force damage. I could use that to break things open. It doesn't do much damage. Protection from poison isn't concentration. It's poison resist advantage against... Okay, I can use that for anti-Ethel. Cool. Let's Bard, though. Not yet, she's not. She's not Bard-lack yet. And my thinking is, if I'm going to have Karlach at low HP for soul coin stuff, then Leviatar's also makes sense there.
Something the matter? If you're sure.
Copper for your thoughts.
Okay, so I've got much better gloves on now. 2 additional flat damage on my ranged attacks, which doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, that is massive. I'll keep that on me for now. Yeah. Okay, that's good for now.
Well, well, well.
I think that's healthy enough.
There we go.
Looking ahead.
Who gets the absolute brand? I'm trying to think which features. There's the thunder damage ring. An additional 1 flat thunder damage, but only when you already do thunder damage. That would be Shadowheart. Maybe Astarion. Maybe Karlach. Most likely Carlock. Because if I have her throwing stuff, eventually she's going to use that one.
Toast, toast. Smells like burnt flesh in here.
Now here's somebody special. The Absolute has touched you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh. Show... You ready? Brace yourself. This'll sting.
Mr. Madness, how you doing?
Hold still.
As pain muddles your thoughts,
This isn't lore friendly.
a familiar sensation. Dark, the vision dissolves away. You stand, her faith floods.
What? Maybe I can help with that. Us true souls gotta look out for one another, of course.
Oi! Priestess!
To a god.
We want the mark!
It's just the tap hole, right?
Ain't we good enough for the Absolute?
Okay. So, Carlock now has the brand of the Absolute, and there's a few pieces of gear you can get in this section of the game that have additional features, but only for a character who has the brand of the Absolute. I'm gonna have Carlock do this as well. Get in the DLC. I told you. I told you. Have you finished the story? Because this kid is like... Therapy doesn't exist in the Pokemon world.
With the prisoner. Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Exactly. Pain is an But forgive me, because please. My work can grant peace. Oh. Simply. Yes. This.
Just got all of Madison, man. Kid is definitely sending off some, hey, don't come to school tomorrow signals.
Pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it.
Barbarian, intimidation, more.
You want more? As you wish, dear one. Wonderful. Just wonderful.
This thing's giga broken. Ogre Pond? Yeah. Like, I've been using the fire one. I haven't looked at the water one yet, but I've heard good things about that one too. All caps, more.
Wonderful. You want more? I'll give it to you. That's it! Welcome the pain. Let it become.
I'm going to be interested on a Sand team. Sand's got some interesting tools. Like, I think honestly, Landorus Eye. Like maybe a Specs Landorus Eye with Sand Force. And then you run Rock Ogerpon, Tyranitar, which now has knockoff. Could maybe be a decent Sandcore.
Yes, my child. More for Loviatar. More!
am proud to have served you this penance.
It hit me much harder.
You're starting to sound like the goddess herself, dear one.
What am I watching? Dude getting off on beating up the Willy. He worships the goddess of pain and is also clearly a sadist. Also masochist? Sadomasochism? Anyway, I get a permanent buff for this.
And on a personal note, thank you. That was positively divine.
Gotta get this game. This game's awesome. Goes incredibly hard. Now, Karlach has this feature, Leviatar's Love. Pain is the path to clarity. When you have 30% hit points or less, you gain a +2 bonus to attack rolls and wisdom saving throws for 3 turns. Later in the game, I'm definitely going to be leveraging low HP shenanigans on a couple characters. So that just kind of works out very optimally. Having that feature on either Karlach or Astarion is going to be good long-term for me.
Soldier? Sounds boring. If you're in...
Alright, I'm sending Karlach back to camp for now. And I'm gonna get Lae'zel. Juggling companions for approval. That's around Shift Tree.
Curious. I drained you dry.
Oof.
Yet your body
It's different coming from Lae'zel than from Astarion.
Perhaps I might find use for it again.
They gave Shift Tree Wind Rider, right?
It is done.
It could be interesting. I don't know how... Like... How common are wind moves gonna be? Because I fully expect to see less use of Heat Wave, Bleak Wind Storm, and Hurricane. Like, the stonks on those going down. Icy Wind probably stays relevant, so that's one. Then, like, what other wind moves are there? Tailwind, of course. Fake out Tailwind. Yeah, that's a good lead.
Poor lad. As the symbol glows, power courses.
Yeah, you get Lae'zel approval for helping them torture this guy. I don't get anything out of doing this. Just XP. And a little bit of Dark Urge info. Pulverize his shriveled nethers with the spear butt. Sure. Imagine this guy shows up to torture you. Lord Farquaad looking ass.
Stop. That all you got? Being soft ain't gonna make him talk.
You don't know why, but you are really good at this. You never want this perfect moment to come to an end.
Game I'd play it, not gonna lie. It's a great game. Treat him to a refreshing stretch. Sure. If I had time, yeah.
Smiles through the pain, then spits in your
Based.
Burning every hell.
Respect this guy.
And he was just about to talk. Get out. Out!
So that's interesting. I didn't know that there's different outcomes there depending what you pick. Burning him seems to work. But apparently punching him in the dick and then stretching him just makes him more badass. So respect to that guy. He's a real one. Failed the torture. Yeah, we gotta reload to torture correctly. It's for XP. Remember, I'm the good guy.
Can't slow down.
As the symbol glowed, face the prisoner. Consider the stench.
Fucking smile.
Hot flesh wafts over you.
Stop! Please! Stop this!
I don't know why, but you are really good at this.
I can't take it seriously.
Never want this perfect moment to come to an end.
Trim those gnarly toenails. That seems nice. Open them with hygiene.
Please, to the east, past the ruins and.
Narrator enjoys these lines. Yeah, narrator enjoys a lot of Dark Urge stuff. It's
Look at him.
there's a couple where she sounds sad as she's reading them out, but like the fact that the narrator delivers them with different emotions is a nice touch.
And we got what we needed. You weren't half bad for an halfling. Drow will be happy when she hears it.
Grabbing the poker with both hands. Yeah, you have to use the poker. It was for 30 XP, Nunu. Don't judge me.
Oh, forget about him. There'll be.
I mean, fair. Wait for me in camp. Watch, we're gonna get even more silly XP gains. Now we get Will in the party. Will, who's a hero and wants us to help and save people and stuff. That's important.
The battered man hangs slack from his... The man...
Get away. Please.
All he did to help you.
You could have killed me.
The only way to get them to leave.
Just get these shackles off.
The lock...
I should be able to make it to
Helsin. But they ambushed us. The place was supposed to be...
We saved him. We're heroes. We're the good guys.
Well met. Are you sure?
Copper for your thoughts. Ace it.
Someone saved Tab's face. So we did that. Now we can go over here, we can get Volo.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. He's... What's it to ya?
As
Like one of my own.
glows, power courses through you. authority.
What's my intimidation? Good enough.
I guarantee the story of your daring rest. We mustn't tarry, but I hate.
My camp. Cool. There's a buff I'm gonna collect from Volo. Buff which will be quite useful, but not yet. Not yet. Sweet potato? Yeah. Sweet potato fries? I could go for that. Oh, now I really want that. Shit, I played myself.
I don't need any attention right now. With haste. Better be cautious.
Hey ho. Hey.
Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
Bated breath. Let's see what you're hiding.
You're vile.
Get the surprise round this way. Of course you miss. Expected though.
Hope she finds peace now.
Hope she finds peace. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're too good, Karlach. Oh, I don't have the brand of the absolute, so I don't gain the +1 to saving throws here. But it's still a shield with an extra little perk. Done Necromancy Day yet. I don't have the free speak with Dead, but I'm not gonna use Absolute Aid right now, so I don't need to worry about that at the moment either. Are you running boot-wise right now, Karlach? No, nothing beneficial? Cool, you can have peace.
Attention.
I've got a long road ahead.
I gotta give her the turning pike, actually. This is good because, I can just have her throw this constantly for, like, real good damage. She doesn't have Tavern Brawler right now. I might respec her into Tavern Brawler rather than Great Weapon Master. We'll see. Great Weapon Master has been useful. Vertex 13. It's an AC increase for you. So you have good constitution, right? I can change that with the respec.
Can't give up now.
Well,
Pathway before me.
okay, so I can go in here.
Cursed to put my hands on everything. Softer than a whisper.
don't have permission to be here.
Oh, well, that actually works out fine.
What a charmer.
You've wandered into a forbidden...
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it.
You sort of...
Wasn't hiding, so no surprise round, but... That's extremely unfortunate.
Swift as my feet can carry me. That's a friendly looking shadow.
I'll die. Oh, I got Leviatar buff. Okay, I can brace, piercing strike. Rage. How much damage did I take? 13. So a low roll. Rage. Low roll survivable.
This calls for careful footwork.
Oh, soldier! I need your help.
Good. I'll just accept the low hit rate. You doing that one? Excellent. Turn that off since you have 3. You did a great job, Karlach. And Leviatar's Love already useful. Really helped her hit rate there. That would have been sub 50% chance without it. Not that great weapon master hit. Got this Misty Step amulet now. Which would be better on Karlach at the moment, but because I'm doing low HP stuff, I'll keep her wearing what she's wearing. Bring Shadowheart in here for inspiration would be optimal. But I'm just not gonna go there. Make a quick hard save. My stomach is today. It's not pleasant. This is what picking up loot looks like, Chris.
What's that? Rotating plates? Symbols? Right. Clear as mud.
I'll use an inspiration. I don't want to give up more Thieves' Tools right now. Or what wasn't watching? I was picking up the silver trays in this room. I know, because the silver items are something you specifically don't pick up. Yay. So I could go through here and I get the spiders on my side. I don't need to do that right now, though. Have an auto loot system. What's the name of that auto loot system? Ping? But how does it work? I feel like I'm missing something here.
That already you recognize the crest she bears. The winged serpent. Well, no judgment, no but good. Seems you're a friend of the family. That warrants a discount.
Load over Pun's a grass type. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a cool Pokemon. I could get a slightly better hand crossbow for Karlach. That's worth the money right now, though. So, like, unironically, doing a throw build, throwing this with multiple attacks per round to apply Ruptured multiple stacks is pretty decent. But you need to main hand it and then bind it with either Eldritch Knight or Blade Pact Warlock if you want to be able to throw it without repicking it back up. It's kind of awkward. This Blink Scroll could be useful in an emergency. I don't see that emergency existing, though. Not doing so great on money. I want that invisibility pot, but I can't justify that expense right now. I can get the spiders down there on my side. I can thin out the ones in the prison. I can thin out the ones over by Minthara. Rest to heal Karlach up a little bit. Can you save this guy? Has anyone ever bothered to try?
Give me a sword! We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead and heroic. Get down there and stop complaining!
He hasn't been shoved yet.
What do we have here?
You're being arrested for assault.
Oh, no, he's dead before he hits the ground. Eventually, I'll try to save him. Bessie gets to the half-hearted, what happens if I do that? Right, Cat? Cat is just sitting there all cat-like. Using his cat-like reflexes to do absolutely nothing. Which, if you think about it, is a very cat-like thing to do. This shove hasn't happened yet. But there it is. Yes, there's an Infernal Iron back there. I could get more Astarian inspiration doing that dialogue and stuff, but I don't need to do that right now. I'd rather avoid that right now. I can get that guy out for some XP, but I can do that later when I'm fighting everyone. I go this way for now. I can do some Barrelmancy. It is always an option.
Scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
What are we waiting for? Spears are sharp. The lads are all riled up and ready.
You have already failed me once. And now you dare to question me.
I didn't mean nothing by it, your ladyship. Honest, I didn't.
Life, much like your will.
That's not a good angle there.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Looks that way. But scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something big.
It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere.
Still have any of those barrels on me? I have one. Maybe one's enough. I don't like going super all in on the barrel stuff.
What to do? All right, time to skulk about.
Oh. I didn't think Karlak was in range. Sorry, Karlak. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just RPing as a time traveler with incomplete understanding of physics. RP, gotcha. Yeah. Call me the bomb because I'm about to blow up.
These boots have seen everything. A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
Oh? blow.
And now you dare to question me. I didn't mean nothing by it, your ladyship. Honest, I didn't.
Life, much like your words, is meaningless wealth.
End the latter to save the former.
Bonk the flag. I'm unbonkable. That there.
The village to the east. It's abandoned.
Looks that way. But scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something big.
It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere. Here goes. Saddle up. I've got this.
So that's not happening.
All right, time to skulk about. No time for mercy. Should mind my step.
Don't be shy. Excuse.
Still breathing, despite everything. Try me. Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits.
Oh, easy. And nobody outside of that corner cares.
Breathe deep and move. Breathe quiet. Move with care. As long as my feet can carry me. Out of sight, out of mind. Need to find a way forward. This calls for careful footwork.
Much better armor now.
Have to keep going.
I can murder these three. Careful.
I don't need any attention right now.
What do we have here?
Turn off the lights so no one can see. Don't mind me.
Those eyes. Again? Do you want to become spider food?
Softer than a whisper.
Or being arrested for assault.
Really? One?
Ralph wants to know exactly where those
vulnerability. Scrolls. Do I have that shatter scroll? I don't. I don't have the ring equipped, do I? Throw it.
One day I'll catch a break.
Finish the DLC. What do you think about that kid who obviously isn't going to get the therapy he needs? What do you mean saved? Ugh. Do it a lot more than Isle of Armor. I think it's better than Isle of Armor, yeah. I think it is similar levels of content. I think Crown Tundra was better than both, but yeah. Hopefully, DLC 2 will be more like Crown Tundra. Indigo Mask, I hope will have something endgame related, like the Razefield and Tundra. Yeah. That would be nice.
How about I start following you, eh? How'd you like that?
You're being arrested for a...
What are they delaying for? Can't we just swarm the forest?
Exactly where those adventurers came from. What are they doing? Hiding in trees?
On Hyrule? 16 again? Like, what do you mean?
Fuck yes.
Unfortunate rolls. Things from leaves will be able to catch Walking Awakened leaves, so that's good. Yeah. Them not being temporary acquisitions is good. It's healthy. Like locking Pokemon behind a 2-week period ever of all time would be stupid. Oh yeah, I need you to trade me an Alolan Ninetales or help me get mine from PLA into my game. Because I hate that you can't catch it. Like, you have to import it, though other Ninetales is catchable. Annoying. I do think it's cool that you can get both Basket Legions in game. That's nice.
Just swarm the forest.
You're being arrested for a...
I tell you, the scrying eye was... Right, what would some drow wizard in Moonrise want to look at you?
Well, it won't be because of your beautiful eyes.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for, is what I'm saying?
Wish female bats got scalded would have helped a lot. Yeah, you're still stuck in Pumpy jail. Or, I mean, I guess you can water Terra Blasts with adaptability, and it's pretty good.
Be happy they didn't throw you to the spiders.
That's a friendly looking.
You think the dwarf is ready yet? I'm hungry.
Orders were to stand by here. No food, no sneaking
Killing
off.
someone is one way to get a gun.
Stealth Archer.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
A little involved pixel transfer entry to you. Appreciate it.
Let's get going.
Tempers are rising.
How do you even see me? Oh, you're there. Okay.
How much farther can I go?
Fuck you. Okay, so that's 2 of the 3 lieutenants dead. Jorah Ragzlin's the hardest, and once he's in combat or dead, every living thing here is against us. Normally I don't use the goblin stuff to get to level 5, but we're making such good headway right now. Honestly, I might just continue this route. I think getting the spiders on my side will be an interesting option. I haven't done that one before, it's just something I'm aware of. So Karlak can stay over there. Stealth Archer and his loot carrier. Hey, Karlak is doing a lot of the dialogue and stuff too. This one's isolated enough. I can.
Catch a break.
A little light murder. Like they're not close. No one's gonna notice. Yeah. Everything's fine. It's 13 HP for that. Should have brought Karlak.
Yes, my desire. Closer, my sweet. I will wrap
The spiders are Scottish.
you and bite you and eat you. Delicious, I do not know. But cruel and sharp, yes. Bindable and wrappable and biteable. Yes. You must open the door.
I can do that. Does this make everything hostile to me? I guess we'll find out. Make a save. Fog cloud.
That's a friendly looking
You can't see that I'm doing this. Warlock in combat? Oh, good. Or hide just in case. I'm just gonna let this play out, let them all fight. I'm missing out on a little XP by not being involved. But the satisfaction. Yeah, I'm not in combat, so Fog Cloud's duration isn't taking me down. Or at least not taken down as fast, I should say. I said that and immediately ended. Decided to help a little bit.
Never wanted the easy path. Out of sight, out of mind. Here we go again. Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Unfriendly fire. Condition for that one? Ah, 5 neutral creatures in a single round. Fighting over there. Okay.
Best be on my way. Better be cautious.
I want the traitor to die, so...
May the gods take you first.
Stuck.
Never wanted the easy path.
It appears the guardian.
Oh. They're temporarily hostile. Wonder what happens if this vendor's dead. I don't want that to happen though. We're gonna reload. I don't want them to all be aggro yet, so I guess I don't help during the spider encounter, and I trust that the halfling vendor doesn't die. That's the only one I care about. I'm vastly overthinking this because I am at the sufficient level of power, since I am level 4, where I can stealth archer the rest of this camp. The only enemy left in this entire area that's like somewhat a problem is Droraxlin. But I'm not going to do that yet because there's another side thing I can go do.
Time for some bloody work.
I'll help with the spike.
Just out of view. Light on my feet.
See, I'm helping. I'm helpful. Goblins aren't going to be mad at me because I helped.
It's your turn to round up more spiders.
No.
Okay, so spiders are dead. 2 of the 3 lieutenants are dead. I didn't kill this tracker, so I guess I can loot them. Wasn't me.
Very well.
Guts bodyguard's dead. I hope I'm strong enough for... I'll probably flee, but we'll see. Any short rest left? I don't.
Enough. We know you haven't. Please, we just want me. Just look. You stop this. We won't. Enough. Where is she? Bye-bye. She could shoot fireworks out of her backside. None of this matters, all right? We need to get her back. I don't.
Hold on, Joel. Let him talk.
Not.
Okay, so they're gonna run in and die. I don't care about. I just need to pass a perception check. I guess it actually doesn't matter if I do or not. But we'll see. I'd reached level 4 during these fights, got destroyed at 3. Yeah. Particularly the red caps here. One of them hits really, really hard. Hope you're well, Dyson. Let's roll. That's why the headband of intellect is useful. especially this part of the game where you genuinely just don't have any better headgear available. Inspiration, Karlak, that's good. And now as long as I don't talk to the redcaps, we're fine. Won't have to fight them until I do the anti-ethel stuff. I want to do it before then. But don't need to do it yet. Going into this low HP is not my best idea, but I do have a haste potion, long strider, and enhanced leap.
Come on, let's go.
I should have Karlak do this move instead of me, but I can bonus action hide. Like this game in small doses kind of exhausts me for whatever reason. Hey, consuming things in moderation is definitely the healthiest way to consume media. Or anything, really. So. Understandable. Did I lose initiative?
Still breathing.
No.
Despite everything.
I want that chest. Need to be over here. Where's the interactable bit? Don't see me. Don't do it. Fail. Have bad stealth. Huge. Love that for me. Where's the spot? I thought it was on this side. Is it not? I guess maybe I don't know it's there. Okay, I guess maybe my character doesn't know it's there yet. So, multitasking. Reload the save. I'll send Karlak back to the Grove. Not your first playthrough? No. I've completed 3. I have a 4th in progress. It's a co-op run. And I have plans for even more single-player runs. But yeah, this is not my first rodeo. I already have, like, how many hours in this game? 400. I've been playing quite a bit. But mostly off stream. But I felt like doing one on stream. Because I talk about it enough in chat, and there's a few people who also are into the game, so.
What's cooking?
No one's stopped me yet.
What a charmer.
So I'm gonna send Karlak over here by herself. I need her to discover a thing.
Here goes.
Overwhelmed with all the branching options with quests. At least all the options to remove Tadpole, which I have not done yet. It's very much like tabletop. In the options are there to enhance the sense that you can just solve a lot of problems creatively. Excuse me, sneeze, allergies. Ugh. There's a lot of ways to crack a lot of different eggs. Oh, performance is starting to... Yeah, that's about right. It's been 3 hours. I'll have to restart my game soon.
Shadows don't suit me.
The fact that I can send that from that far away. Abusing video game mechanics. Like, I get it, it's quality of life, but like... Now that I've done that, I guess I could keep Karlak there.
Have to keep going. All right, time to skulk about. A knife in the dark.
They're good gloves. I definitely want those. Been tangled. Oh. Still got the note. Still got the note though. Guess I should use Dread Ambusher first. As long as they don't kill me this round, I think I can get away. I still have Leap. So what I can do is I can dash, run over there, and then jump across the water and flee combat. But it struggled for me, then on the successful attempt was pretty easy. Yeah, on Tactician, this is one of the scarier ones, especially understaffed like this. But it's doable. Even if I die here, I think I can just, as Karlak, go talk to Withers and be like, hey, revive him. So I don't need to come back here. But basically, I'm not killing these. Really don't have that flight potion. When did I use that? I could blur. It's not really gonna help that much though. Even remotely. That's an option. That's the ticket. Forgot about my cloak. Now they're gonna go over here and try to detect, as long as I roll well on stealth. Rails, you have a two-man party. I think I use Gale's Fire spell to simplify the fight. Yeah, I've done a playthrough solo Tactician. This playthrough I'm doing duo, just because there's some extra shenanigans you can do in terms of damage output with 2 versus 1. However, like, I handled that solo because I have Karlach in place to advance a quest. Cool. So, I got the loot there. Those gloves are going to be incredibly useful in a bit. I'd probably put those on Astarion. Maybe on Karlach, though. Either way, for monk things, it's going to be great. Once I hit level 6, that'll be where monk really pops off, but it's also good at 5. But now that I have that, I can fast travel over to where Karlach is-ish. I wish there was a closer fast travel point.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Like, you still have to come here, and then, like, the faster way is to jump. But it's still not speedy. So after I'm done with this, I think I can start doing some Underdark stuff. I can do spiders and Underdark. Probably game restart, then spiders and Underdark.
Bring us news, my friend.
Not gonna talk to Kaga yet, though. Talk to Nettie first. Is my money? 600. I'm gonna need more, because there's gonna be a bunch of respecs in my immediate future.
I see you. Just give me a moment. A moment. There. Now, what was it? You found her, but I still don't know what she can do for you. I can help if something's wrong. I'm no master. Why are you asking? A tadpole. A mind flip. That's come. We need to be quick. This way.
These druids suck. So I actually finally figured out what the pot in here is for. If you let her poison you, that's there for you to brew an
This
antidote.
one had the same problem as you. Attacked us in the woods together with some goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. Rather, you. All right. Let's see what we can do. It might.
Looking closer, you realize you've seen this thorn in the wilds. It's Kalimvor's kiss, a briar from the Dale lands, and a deadly poison.
I want to help you, but I can't unless you work with me. So, has anything on you... How'd you pick up the parasite? Look, but you... This is a vial of wyvern poison. I don't have... I'm sorry. Now, do I have your word or not? I hope it doesn't come to that.
Karlach does
You know what,
approve.
Master, because you should all be changing.
There should be a Not yet, anyhow. Whatever he found there, he didn't make. If you can find Halson and get him out of there, we can. Good luck. Take it one step at a time, Nettie.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
Wouldn't take the stuff no matter what. If I'm gonna go, let it be in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. If I have to choose between poison and tentacles, I'm going tentacles. Sorry.
Never change Karlach. Okay, so we did get a tadpole out of the deal there. I don't like tanking Karlach approval, but it's still positive. It's fine.
Can't slow down.
Now we go confront Kaga. Let me read this real quick.
That's cute.
Ridiculous. We just let her run off. She's a child. A devil child.
Racism.
Tried to steal from us. Yet she failed. That's what matters.
Yeah, I hate these druids, honestly. One of these playthroughs, I'm gonna do a run where I kill them all. Not the tieflings, just the druids. Because these people are a bunch of racists.
Bad as it could have. Don't want to draw any attention.
Listen.
Go on. Say it. You think I'm a monster?
What?
Mistress Olive.
Kaga!
You think yourself quite the spy, don't you? Go on, tell him.
Halcyon is
You and Al. You.
Oliden.
The choice.
As you say, Oliden. With the grove taken for Cloakwood, the Circle will see that I'm right. The Great Mother,
Careful. You would.
Okay. Made her realize she's acting like an asshat. She's still an asshat, but at least she's a self-aware one.
Alright, time to skulk about.
34 damage, very nice. Boomstalker's so crazy. Oh, it's my favorite druid. Yeah, it's crazy that the most like forward-facing evil one is actually one of the more redeemable ones. I guess that's kind of in line with how Larian tries to get you to think about morality in this game.
Take it one step at a time. Come on.
I could frenzy. Embrace. Let's see. I'll rest after this, right? Story's relatable, she's desperate. Doesn't excuse the racism. But yeah, the desperation made her not listen to her instinct. And she's appropriately apologetic after being called out and convinced. Just not something a lot of other people you can come into conflict with do. So, like, credit where credit's due, you know?
Just out of view.
Hey, a dead druid. That's a win.
Aye, aye.
You wanna move this moonbeam, Kaga?
Looky!
You will face Sylvanus' justice.
If it's an argument you seek, you won't find it
Taking my time in the shadows.
Father's judgment. I will accept it in full.
Light on my feet.
Wrath thought me a danger. Seems I've proven him right. I was thinking I could make us safe. A foolish notion. To think we'd find comfort in shadow. I endangered a child. I betrayed the Sekul's trust. We will
See?
stop the
Progress.
stand trial.
Personal
My fate lies with
responsibility.
Sylvanus. May he have mercy. We will grant them safe harbor until they depart. Meanwhile, help us contend with the goblins. Perhaps we can dissuade them from
Funny, 'cause my
attacking.
first playthrough I didn't do the side stuff, so like she was never even slightly sorry.
It began with a letter. Oladan came. Well, I won't forget the wounds I've inflicted. I pray Halcyon returns to heal them in full.
But yeah, I respect a lot that she's big enough to be like, hey, I did horrible things that I can't fix. Someone else has to smooth that over. Like, maybe don't forgive me. That's cool. I need to do the ritual completes path. That's one of those things I would have so much trouble doing. There's a lot of, like, paths and outcomes in this game that... I don't know. I care too much. I have trouble.
Hold out your hand. Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky. Call it. Heads or tails. Hey, hold on. You gotta pay for that. Fine. But you gotta at least look at the other rings, okay? I gotta eat. You'll be sorry about... I don't talk to dead scabs. Scab. Huh. Don't think... You know what? We're square. I'll tell the others to leave you alone too. I knew it. That's what I got.
I'm curious to see how this interaction can go. That's why I'm doing this. I actually do want.
You bought some.
You suddenly feel something moving against your back and turn.
I can't do this anymore, Mattis.
Cancel out the car like disapproval. Building a playthrough of things you won't do. There's enough things at this point that, yeah. Yeah, you could.
Ah, you're addressing me, a humble ox. A druid or two, I suppose. But I suppose I did. Yes. I had quite a life in El Toro.
I never passed this check.
Pulling carts, etc.
Like, ever. I've never passed it first try.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears.
I'm glad you think so. Otherwise, no. You are incapable.
Is Act 2 just last life following my forgetting choices? Well, I don't know if you're forgetting choices because there's some options that don't exist, so like I wouldn't know them to tell you about them, you know? That there's things that don't exist.
This much. I'm good now. That move along. I mean,
Yeah, I've still yet to see the Ox after Act 2. But, like, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna save here, and I'm gonna restart the game because it is starting to run very choppy. Just a little memory leak.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
Probably only be live for like another hour, but... Yeah, I was hesitant to burn that much inspiration right there than I did, because I burned 2 just in the Ox thing, and I got nothing out of it. But considering how much I've been juggling and shuffling companions around, I think it's fine. Because I'll get another when I jump down into the Underdark. I think you get one for... No, I think I missed out on the Shadowheart one with the puzzle. I'll get one there. I think you get another Karlach one for talking your way into the Myconids. You get one for the mushrooms. Yeah, there's plenty of places I can get my inspiration back. And if you're ever sitting on 4, you're not playing optimally. I guess an anti-save scumming measure would be like if inspiration had no cap. No cap for real, for real. Because it accomplishes the same thing as just letting people quick save, quick load. Arrive to no cap for real, for real. Listen to this. You know where you are.
Thought I sensed an infernal around here. But you aren't.
I want you to know inspiration at all. I'm pretty sure they're just trying to build an experience for the 0 saves coming.
I spent a good bit of time in the house. Enlisted against my will by the Archdevil Zariel. Same as you, I suppose, if you're from Elturel. The devils were delighted when your city was swallowed up. I thought they had you for keeps. Glad you got out.
I got lucky. It looks like you did too.
And you brought some infernal machinery with you.
A little gift from Zariel. Keeps me burning hot.
Very hot by the smell of it. Might be burning out a piston ring or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Where's the short King Karen I heard about? Not on screen right now. You'll know when you see him. How are things? Things are good, Tizzle. How are you? It's always good to see you. There he is.
Phew! You really are burning up. Whoever put that engine together tried to house metallurgized Demono valves inside a Ragnak's alloy casement. Very risky. I might be able to help, but I'd need infernal iron. And a prayer that my hammer will survive the work.
I love him. You should see his stupid fucking face when he smiles at things.
I'm not sure how much longer it'll keep running the way it's going.
Will you be able to turn down the temperature a little? Worried I'm gonna go in for a handshake and singe someone's arm off one of these days.
I'd worry about surviving the night first. But help one, help both. If we can cool you off, it'll stabilize your engine and allow you to touch whomever you please.
Hey, soldier. I think we picked up some of that infernal iron already.
Cleaning for almost 3 hours and I'm tired. Oof.
Should I
I
give it
got
to
some
him?
cleaning I should be doing, but...
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment.
That feels...
Pleasure. Find me. Take care, Carl.
So, Carlos got upgrade 1.
Damon's upgrade.
Advantage against charm
I've
stuff.
ever felt more powerful. Do you want to? I'd like that.
Okay, we gotta flirt with Karlach. Not sure Lae'zel will be happy about it, but like, oh well.
Well, something close.
Star Wars actual play podcast and just won. Speaking of Star Wars, Ahsoka Episode 5 had some pretty solid stuff in it. I still think the show is a disaster. But like, there was a section of one episode that was quite good. Haven't seen any of it as that bad. It's basically the way I see it is they had a couple really cool scenes they wanted to shoot, and then they kind of justified it by making an entire show around it. But then they ended up in the situation where they had to use these characters, these returning characters, but they had forgotten how any of those characters act or interact with each other. So the entirety of the show hinges on 2 returning characters that do not act like themselves. And their relationship is predicated on a bunch of stuff that happened off screen between the last show we had them in and this one. So it's like, oh, I'm supposed to forget that because fan service, but I can't. Sorry. It's just another thing emblematic of the fact that Star Wars is doing the same thing as Marvel, where it's churning out content instead of stopping to think and making good content. Hey Viper, how are you? stupidly had high hopes because of how much I love Clone Wars. It is... The show is just Clone Wars fan service. It's like... Clone Wars is its own sub-universe within Star Wars now at this point, so it's like Clone Wars movie, 7 seasons of Clone Wars show, 3 seasons of Rebels, 2 seasons of Bad Batch, Tales of the Jedi, like, all of that, and then also the Mandalorian stuff. That's all its own corner, so, like, the sort of required viewing for Ahsoka is a massive list of shit. Like, it's okay. The list is so long that the people making it forgot half of what happened anyway, so they remember enough to do callbacks, but not enough for continuity in any character's personality or behavior. So it's certainly an attempt to be fan service to Clone Wars fans. It's just, it's not a good one. Putting a lot of time and work into MK1. Good game. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Rewarding fan service. Spread out of these stories time-wise. Am I wrong to think there's 3 points of time than a million stories closer around only 1 point? So, like, basically Star Wars is... Several time periods are, like, the main points where things happen, at least in current main canon. There's the prequel era, then there's the original trilogy era, the Clone Wars era, which is between those two, and then there's the era between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. They have not made any sequel era or post-sequel era content in years because no one cares about that era. And they're trying to distance themselves from the disaster that was the sequel trilogy. So most of their stuff currently is Clone Wars era and between original trilogy and sequels. So it's those 2 windows of time, that's where 90% of Star Wars content is occurring. Like, Clone Wars is between prequels, between the 2nd and 3rd movie, so between 2 of the prequels, but then there's between the prequels and the sequels. It's very clustered, is the short answer, Pris. Yeah, you have an accurate impression. I'll let this slow down, don't become Marvel. Too late. Case in point, Mandalorian was received as very good, and the first season was very good, and then starting in season 2, it became its own self-referential fan service machine, and by season 3, nobody really likes the show anymore. Because they gotta have their quarterly Star Wars content. Andor is good, but Andor is an anomaly, an exception. How close am I level-wise? Not very. Falcon. Yeah. I'll do this now. Mandalorian evolved to a Mandalorian. Dude is a side character in his own show. It's pretty funny, to be honest. Story campaign of Star Wars Battlefront 2 took place between the OG trilogy and the sequel trilogy, and its canon and actually wasn't bad. Yeah, that's true. There is sequel content. I said they haven't done content between, like, in the sequel era. They haven't done much of that in years. It does exist, though. Like, the current Mandoverse stuff is between OGs and sequels, and then there was what you mentioned, that Ubisoft game I think is in that era too. The one that's in development, or is it Ubisoft? I forget the dev of that one. The one they revealed recently. And then there was also that other, like, not Rebels. It was like Resistance or something. There was some show that fits in that era too. There is content in that era. It's just it's not one that they dwell in, because I don't think they see the monetary value in doing so when they could cash in on Clone Wars fan service constantly.
Oh, good. Spiders.
Can't risk being in open view.
I'm back. Welcome back.
Something good here, I hope.
Should heal. No long rest from in here. I can. Neat. I have a cat. Follow with the fucking exclamation mark. I did rate the drip. Is it appropriate?
Heavy. Moisture drips down your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers. Your finger traces the arc of your lips. Wetness, sweat, blood, and saliva mixed into one viscous liquid.
Chukil Gate Vlakith Mazathok. Can you feel it crawling through you? Tendrils squirming in your chest.
He patted my glasses off of my face.
Belly. Your bones popping, your flesh swelling. I can.
Camera?
I see it in you.
Cameraman just looking at the booba. Through my body.
First you, then myself.
Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust.
King member of the
I cannot
darkness.
trust my own mind, so it seems I must trust yours. I will wait, but know this: I am watching. If the sickness does not pass come dawn, I will end us all.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
I forgot what it made him look like. The neck tattoo. I forgot about that too.
Combative. Good. You'll need to be. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you. Stubborn. A useful quality. We haven't much time, so listen closely.
Just a little guy.
There is great potential within you. I will keep it from a fight for the fate. You can change that. I have to wait.
Okay, I can use tadpoles now. Does the romance scene immediately come to mind? There's some questionable things you can romance in this game. More questionable than bears.
Quite. I was just settling it. The druid Halson had some kind of... As a matter of fact, that... Tell me, that's quite impossible. As there's not a... Isn't it? Oh.
Alright, so after another long rest, we'll have a fun combo with Volo. How questionable? Very questionable. We romancing here. So the one who was threatening to kill me, yeah, but it's so that we can fridge her. But it's to save more lives, but also so I can do something cool. Then once she's dead, big fire lady.
Glick. I had a dream. The parasite has taken root, it would seem. A wise choice.
I had a wild dream last night. This beautiful entity came to me, promised... Sounds like it. What did you make of it? Damn right. Things like a splinter. We just... Let's hope Damon is as good as he seems.
Given our shared affliction, I suppose... Now we can see what these tadpoles... Exact. Now, was there anything else? But now... I've been... In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. People... So trust me.
No fridge toads, I'm gonna. You just have a cellulite fetish? I don't. I don't have a Selunite fetish. Maybe I do. Just like a little bit, though. Not a problematic one.
This one is a true soul parasite.
I'm gonna put that in my head.
You can absorb its potential.
Like, there's already one in there, and I'm gonna put, like, 20 more. Like, not kidding. About 20.
Everything the tadpole has to offer. Everything it was and everything it was destined to be. Pure potential.
So I have 5 to use right now. Taking that, taking that. Anything else right now? I could take that. Currently, though, that interferes with my choices. Big as your nose, you sure you can fit 20 in your head? Tell you where I can fit 20. Buy smooth skin. It's not gone yet.
Feeling illithid? You really did it, huh? Not worried about adding more illithid into the mix? Well, what can I say? You look fine, smell fine, seem fine. And yet, you're more mind flayer than ever. Hope you don't expect me to follow your lead in this.
I do, actually.
Do they? I'm not sure either of us can say one way or the other. We don't know what the costs might be just yet.
I've in your brain. No, nothing so untoward. They're just up there jiggling. They're all jiggling in there. So, Karlak, hi, right? Come on, game. You can handle it. I know going from 0% to not 0% is sometimes stressful. I understand. I believe in you. You can do this. All fine and dandy until there's a panic in my disco. Very relatable. Jake, put that away. I was just gonna say you're cute, but then you started licking your dick. Yes, that. Put that away. He's just staring at me open mouth. I've never seen a cat pog, but he was pogging. Put that away.
I'm not sure either of us can say one way or the other. We don't know what the costs might be just yet.
That one's DC 18. The top one's 18, the middle one's 15. Also, Karlak, you look good. The bottom one. Should have taken a picture. What, of my cat pogging at me with one leg behind his neck and his dick out? How many of you would take a picture of me while I do that? Huh? You didn't describe that. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Do they? I'm not sure either of us can say one way or the other. We don't know what the costs might be.
Hope you're well, some old guy.
How do you do that? Always making sense when I least want you to. Fine. I'll keep an open mind, all right? I can promise that much. Now, are we done here?
Cool. So, talk Karlak into being willing to use these.
Can't give up now. Best be on my way.
Hank meets Groot meets E.T. He's a very good character. And much like everyone else in this game, sometimes distractingly attractive. I can make another hard save. I'm going to do another rest. Do I have reason to do another rest right now? I don't think I do. Not sure I can talk Astarion into it ever, his damn argument. Minsk is a hard one to justify as well. Like, with most of the companions, talking them into it, they're like, ew, icky, brainworms. But with Astarion, it's like, actually, this is like rape for me, and I'll explain how. And it's like, oh, shit, oh, you have trauma. That's a really good argument. My bad. Shouldn't have asked. There's some things I have difficulty justifying doing in this game, and like, poking Astarion and his trauma is one of those things I don't know if I could really do. No, why not? I have a backstory. Well, yes, but like actual traumatic backstory. The Karlach also has horrific trauma as well. But she's developed healthy coping mechanisms. Sarian kind of never did.
Don't burn yourself.
All the coping mechanisms, if the person's a problem, we shoot them. That usually kind of works out in this game, I'm gonna be honest. I can't think of a situation where that doesn't just solve the problem. Not easy to game without guns. You got hand crossbows. They're very close to guns.
Time to skunk about. On my way. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Best be on my way. What do I have to lose? That's a friendly looking shadow.
Attention.
Can't see around this corner, Karlach, really? Oh, no, you can't. 5?
Again.
Couldn't have rolled 6? Okay, well, surprise round, so still works out nicely. Keep that one there at low HP. Where I can jump where I'm still hidden.
You've made a grave mistake.
I missed. Somehow. Mathematically, that don't make sense.
Let's go.
Karlach, you have so much movement. So great.
Under their noses.
Assault.
Go on.
Excellent.
Like dungeon golf. Go there. I should be able to get a good angle to throw, right?
No choice but to keep going. Fall by my hand.
Do this first.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Keep going.
My turn.
Perfect.
Aye, aye.
Guess I go down here. Flag in the streets, Karlak in the sheets. Like the way you think, some old guy.
Handy.
I want to waste an alchemist fire there, but it's better than letting the thing get a turn. And hopefully this runs through the fire. It's like, it's just on the edge. We are once again edging with the homies. This is without Karlak having Tavern Brawler too.
That won't work.
Shut up.
Another fight. Let's go.
Really?
Again.
That rolled 1 damage. Excellent. Hey, Higibrit, how are you?
Can't even catch my breath. Can't slow down.
Attention.
Karlak, do that.
Oh yeah.
Another under 50 HP, or 50% HP effect. It's not one of the more desirable ones, though. Hey, loot. I didn't know loot was in there.
This'll help.
Let's get going. How much farther can I go?
Don't get in web. Or do. That's okay too.
This calls for careful footwork. Have to keep going.
So there is a boss fight in here that there's a few fun ways of going about. There's a big spider. Fall damage is not her friend. You can also just dump her in the middle pit here, but then you don't get her loot. At least I don't think you do. Maybe the corpse is still there if you jump down after it.
Here we go again. Oh, hell.
Gonna kill it, burn it, working on it. Haven't tried that Holy Underdark? Yeah, I'm aware. I'll be jumping down there for the Karlach inspiration.
A beautiful death. Don't waste a step.
Kidding me?
Softer than a whisper.
Come on, let's go.
Well, that's not in combat yet.
Light as air.
$35? What do you mean? What happened? Wow. That was the fastest I've ever seen Karlach die. Crit for 35. And then kill thirsted. Insane. Let's just run that back. That was... Whew. Zero to 100 real fucking quick. Well, I guess 100 to 0 real fucking quick in this case. Regarding that loot, there's a high chance I don't take advantage of it, but there is a good robe. 35 to 0, we're like accurate. Right, Jake? Jake agrees. This is a Jake. It's a one-of-a-kind model. You could fit so much Jake in this Jake.
What path lies before me? Let's get this over with. Oh, hell.
Make me stand up. 81 damage though. Yeah, I guess I'll go down here.
Here we go again.
Use your illithid potential.
Shut up.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I'm too tall for this.
Returning pike, you're supposed to return. I hate when that happens. I hope it comes back, because it's supposed to. Oh, it just didn't. What if you wanted to use a weapon and game just said no? It's also just gone. It just disappeared from existence. Unless it's in the Phase Spider Matriarch's inventory, it's just gone. Spider just shed out a bunch of mini spiders? Yes. Its butthole.
Tactical.
Survival is all that matters.
Hey, I've seen that happen in real life. What, buttholes? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Aww. Aww. That was almost all misses. Hey, gotcha. Weapon just disappears, someone's stuck in the acid or something. So that weapon is supposed to, like, return after you throw it, but it just kind of decided not to. Which, that's not the first time that's happened to me, but I don't know if I can ever get it back now. Like, even if I succeed, I might just reload and do this combat over and hope it properly returns. The whole point of that weapon is you're supposed to be able to throw it and then it reappears in your hand. So it's a spammable throw, but like it just didn't do the fucking thing. It's annoying.
Strike you down. Out of sight, out of mind. Breathe deep and move.
Okay. Game just said no to Karlak wanting to exist. Bye, Karlak.
Still on my feet.
I need an angle where I can see that. I have enough movement to get up there. New concept, the boomerang, but it doesn't come back. Sounds like a useful invention. That big ass spider teleporting? Yeah, it's a phase spider. That one similar enemy before? No, different enemy. got her to burn her action. That's fine. Miss. Waiting to see if it was a miss. It was not a miss. Miss. Everybody miss. Beautiful. Fortunately, I do have disadvantage because they are all up in my grill. I'm gonna need to provoke the opportunity attack. Ow.
One day I'll catch a break.
Where's my bonus action? Game just said no to me getting to Dread Ambush or Hide. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Now I need them all to miss me again, and we'll be good. Burning would do more damage there. I'll run through the fire. That would be ideal. Miss. Everybody miss. Everybody miss. They did not miss. Came close. Low rolled on the fire damage. If that one round had gone differently, if the big spider or the one next to it had died to that alchemist fire, then my cloak would have turned on, then I would have been invisible. I could have run away, but low rolled. Hopefully we'll do it this time without learning, without, I never learn, I'm a gamer. Without losing the returning cloak. Returning pike. I can speak. Stop it. My brain isn't fried by bad RNG.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, learning. Yep. How I play games. Honestly based. Carlag romance stream. It's always Carlag romance. Eventually. This is Lae'zel romance currently because I'm going to fridge her. For the greater good.
You can take me on.
Learning in this economy? Can you imagine, Pinky?
Wanna dance?
Black is not in combat yet. Imagine if this throw crit didn't return again. Returning pike. Where's the return? Did a lot of damage though. Recording the bug. It happened to me with the Act 3 Trident as well. Not consistent though. To 7.
Well, look what we have here.
Roll well. Rock, where are you going? But not rolled. Act 3 Trident, or the rewards from specific quests. Yeah, specific items come from specific places. There's a couple weapons that are designed to be thrown, and another example of one. Don't miss. Okay, stay right there. Excellent miss. Opportunity attack, but she doesn't have a weapon. That even crit, but like she doesn't have a weapon anymore. Oh. Like, I guess I need to just equip something else, but like... Jesus. Maybe it survived into Underdark? Maybe. I can go down and check. Just trying to ensure the most damage here.
Say bye-bye. Over there.
I'll throw them up. Maybe we're checking them as well. Oh, Garlac's dead again.
Time to push my luck again.
Salute. I miss these up there. A provoke an opportunity attack? And now I shoot. Don't fucking miss. You even crit. Rare W.
Can't slow down.
Just out of view. Better be cautious.
Can't see me. None of you can see me. Should have thrown an Alchemist Fire. It's fine, because you can't see me.
On my way.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Turns out they could see me. Oh yeah, my melee does no damage. I should have just shot with disadvantage. Hopefully that doesn't punish me.
Into the bloody fray.
I get an autosave here.
Don't want to draw any attention. Carefully now.
Tactician.
Soldier, I need your help.
I got you, Karlach. You're fine. Okay. Time to check the big spider's corpse. Hope that Karlach's weapon is somehow intact there. Because it's quite a good weapon, and I spent some gold on it. If it's not, then I guess we're gonna reload until I can kill this without having her use her weapon the way it's supposed to be used. Yeah, it's just gone. It's so annoying. Beat the combat, but... You have another weapon? Yes, but I want that one. I want that one because, there's very few weapons with throw effects. And, like, when that one works, it's quite good. So, normally when you throw a weapon you have equipped, what happened happens, and you just don't have a weapon equipped anymore. But there's those 2 weapons in the game that I know of that return to your hand when you throw. Actually, there's 3. So you could say throw and then make a normal attack with your next attack. Things like that are very valuable. To do that without having a weapon that has that feature, you need to be one specific fighter subclass or a warlock. And I don't have plans to set up Karlach to do either of those things.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Hope your soul is in good hands.
How did you miss, bro? What do you mean? Why do you like this? The luck is non-existent today. Now, instead of throwing the one designed for throwing, look for regular javelins.
My little trick.
Mr. Sean, how you doing? Guac, how you doing, Snow?
Breathe quiet, move with care.
Before the javelin returns, you imagine the spaghetti? The sheer linguine of such a hypothetical. The rigatoni it would take. That'd be some real penne shit. Roll four, roll four, roll four, roll four. That's 3. Friend of mine, BO4, and she's loving it. Let's go. Miss. You crit on the opportunity attack? Fucking, of course you would. Crit me again real quick while you're at it. No crit, coward. Just like go up onto the web. I mean, this is. I like how Karlach said, "I won't allow this. You aren't dead. Got it?" Guys, immediately during that. So I have all these to deal with, and Karlach doesn't really have mob clear, so we see if we can get her another round to where she can revive Wag. It doesn't like Tactician. No, that's because it's a bad map. He wants me to pull Gale out of the portal. You can use his corpse as a weapon. That's why I come here. I got you. Oh yeah, can't cast spells because raging. Right. Alright, that's a reload. We'll get it. We'll get it. Right, Kevin? Yeah, you are a good boy. Thank you for the pep talk. I appreciate it, buddy. Start my solo playthrough. Ooh. What's your plan for classes and stuff? The reason I tend to play it is because it's relatively easy and simple, though I do pretty much every part spawn location memorized. It's less simple and I mean less cohesively designed than most of the other maps. But hey, everyone can get enjoyment out of different things. So you're not like objectively wrong for liking a thing, you know. It's not how consumption of content works.
Don't be shy.
I think I'll lead with Karlach. And crossbow, so she has a lot less range. Just throw then?
This'll help.
Time for bitter business the light would fear to shine on. Hope your soul is in good hands. Softer than a whisper.
Phew.
Best think ahead or I'm lost.
Bloom 5, Rogue 1, Cleric 1, Respect 8, drop Cleric for Thief. Ah, yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I kept the Cleric 1, but I could Drow Poison. It's probably immune. Oil of Accuracy actually seems like a good play, but I want to keep my bonus action to be able to stealth. I don't want you to go down there to make that shot. Like, what do you mean? You just do it from up here? You can't.
Better be cautious.
Don't be shy.
I threw this mall. No, I'll throw an actual throwing weapon. Or will I? What happens if I throw a fucking great club at you?
Ought to do it.
Nice.
Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
I should have just attacked.
This'll help.
How's your throwing arm, Carla? Not as good as I need it to be. You need high ground to be a little bit better off. Blur.
So much for peace. Need to find a way forward. What do I have to lose?
Over here, fine. Enjoying a hot shower. Nefarious angler fishing. I half expected the second half of that to be like the stranger using the urinal.
Don't want to draw any attention. Best be on my way.
Why are you autosaving?
I got this. Easy as.
Use your illithid potential.
Use your shutting up potential. Tasting cheese you can do here if you're looking to break the game. I'm fully aware that you can just push her in. I'm trying to get the loot. And there's always stealth archer stuff. First playthrough? No. This is my fourth playthrough. Fifth. I've completed 3, I have a 4th in progress, and then I have this one in progress. Still got the loot? Yeah, I figured you'd probably be able to. down there after. But I'm okay with doing it this way too. 7. Alchemist fire kill you.
I'm heating up.
Stay there.
Despite everything, time to press ahead. Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Good.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Less good. Go for Karlach. Yeah, like the game ate my returning pike twice here. Let's do the center pit. Yeah. I get it. Just not gonna do that. I'm going to jump into the center pit after the fight.
Oh my word.
That's tragic. Tiny Spider said no. You imagine Karlach failing to push that? Like, seeing that play out.
Softer than a whisper.
Make her heart explode from the rage. Not the crit. Wow, Blur did fuck all. Or like, I appreciate you taking this one for the team. Hey, she's not dead. Ain't yet. I'm down. No, I can't get around them. .94 advantage. I can justify sharpshooter for that. 75 advantage, yeah. Missed. Because of course I did.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Have to keep going.
Phase? No? Cool. Back to normal stealth archer behavior.
I don't need any attention right now.
There we go. Karlach, you're really making me go through these Revivify scrolls, but like, also, that means you're doing your job. At level 5, everything will change.
Soldier, I need your help.
That took the edge off.
Yeah, that's just how stealth works in this game, Gar. You can do that anywhere. Like, be Archer, be Gloomstalker, out of combat stealth cheese anything in the game. I've done it a couple times throughout the stream, but I don't like doing it on more relevant combats. Even in not stealth. Well, yeah, it's winning stealth checks. You don't necessarily need to be hiding to force stealth checks. Yeah. Your attack range is bigger than their aggro range, and you get surprise rounds if you win stealth checks, if they happen to go into combat if you mess up. And if you're Gloomstalker, you get that extra Dread Ambusher, and then you can drop combat before they heal. It's very safe. It's very standard. Familiar. Dat. No. Rehash. Engine range bugs in DOS 2. That tracks. I can eat the fall damage. We're at a rest soon anyway.
Hey, good looking. Oh, get some oil over here.
You're fine. See? Everything's fine.
That put the wind back in my sails.
Let me make a hard save. Inspiration from Karlak here. Do I want to fight the Minotaurs? I just short rested. Like, I'm right there. I could. That's part of why we saved. Class have you enjoyed the most so far? Gloomstalker Ranger is just kind of insane as soon as you hit Gloomstalker. So, like, level 3. Thief is also crazy with the bonus action economy. I like Cleric at levels 1, 2, and 5. Monk is nuts. There's gonna be a lot of monk nonsense in this playthrough. Just a lot of the classes. Wizard is hilariously trash in this game, which I think is funny, because that's just the antithesis of tabletop.
Soldier, I'm nothing.
It's a good job, Shadowlack.
Easy.
Actually returning pike? Hey, it worked this time. Respect Gale, anytime he's in my party, Wizard feels so meh. Like, Transmutation Wizard gets some decent buff and then respec out of kind of things. But it's just like, functionally, there's nothing Wizard does in this game that you don't do better by being a Sorcerer or Warlock or Cleric or Druid or Bard or Ranger or Paladin.
Can't risk being
decide, do I hide again? 4 to 9. I could rage. Just throw.
Got it.
Fine. You
Incoming.
here. Pushing tax busted. Push anything off close to assuming there's no passes to prevent movement. Yeah, it's very, very strong. I think I go for the riskiest possible thing here. Or I could blind and then run out. Umbral Shroud. Karlach's unhealthy though. Let's Karlach first. So a hit is a kill. 64th advantage. Could rage, push that one off, but I want the loot. Rage, hope for a low roll.
Blood comes easy these days.
Hey, Karlach.
It's go time.
Oh, Stu. It's fine.
With haste. Better be cautious.
Gods, it's hot in here. Jimmy on the go.
Use gloves is a bug. Same thing as the Steel Watcher swords, right? You're not supposed to be able to use, but you can. You find it funny when you expect Gale to be a rogue. He has several lines of dialogue where he says this isn't his thing, rolls crit on sneak attack or sleight of hand roll. Larian did a lot of attention to detail with that. Like, each of the characters has rogue lines, spellcaster lines, barbarian rage lines, insults for vicious mockery on Bard. It's very thoughtful. I love it.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Light on my feet.
It's not ideal. Should have run out of range first.
Yes.
Now, I could push it off, but that is not how I want to resolve this. Brace. Unfortunate. strong enough for that yet. He's raging, so shouldn't take much damage as long as I position so that it doesn't get thrown off. Oh, well, I was trying not to provoke that, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. Right?
This calls for careful footwork.
Now this is my happy place.
These rolls are not fantastic. What are the odds of missing 1, 2, 3, 6 attack rolls? 58%. If Carla goes down here. Oh, she doesn't. There we go. That's the voice actor had fun doing those ones. It had to have been a great time. Like, the sheer amount of lines recorded in this game. There's one of the spiderlings that I pushed. The sheer amount of lines recorded. Just craziness. Okay, so you get another inspiration for long resting in the Underdark. I'll do that now. Character's beard made it look like he has a long tongue in the profile pic. He also has a long tongue. Fun fact. He's multi-talented. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I promised I'd be back.
I was hoping you were lying.
Don't worry. I have things under control.
No, you don't.
See, you're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places. But the parasites were merely a symptom of that when the order to transform.
I don't trust you.
Hells. You must.
Explains why the origin characters are thirsty for you. 30 for me? Yes, they're also 30 for me. A lot of them do look like they'd be about 30. So you're not wrong.
Ah, my good. Quite the cozy setup you have here.
Don't burn yourself.
What if... Okay, so like, optimally, it'd be better for Karlach to have this feature than me. Right? Not a supplies you can get. I think you might be able to just rest after each fight. It's absurd. You can get a lot. Like, I find myself hoarding supplies, but you don't really need to. Like, if you ever run out, you can just go pick some up. And there's also the option of just speccing Druid and then using Goodberry. It's functionally infinite. Do I get this feature on? Like, I won't have Karlach in my party the entire game.
Ah, my good fellow. Quite the cozy.
So I'll do it on this character, but
Volo carefully holds one of your eyes open.
it's relevant for Paladin and a couple others. Yeah, 'cause Paladin rests every 3 nanoseconds.
The needle finds the gap between eyeball and socket. Volo frowns and begins to push. Pain shoots through your body as the needle snags on your optic nerve.
I think I have it.
The needle seesaws back and forth, plucking the nerve like a harp string.
Oh, bother. There's some obstacle in the way. I shall need a more robust implement.
Volo carefully withdraws the needle from your eye. Then, reaching into his bag, he produces an ice pick. Volo slowly brings the ice pick closer to your eye.
Now, don't move.
Most expel gives supplies. Oh yeah, that cleric one.
Cold metal presses
Druid
against
get it
the
too?
skin
Cool.
beneath your brow. And then, tap, tap, stab.
Do you feel that? Ha! I think we have the blighter on the run. I agree. It's a feisty critter. Just a little further.
Volo tears the pick from your brain with a violent jerk. Your eye plops down into the mud.
Drat.
He pauses, looks down at your
What's
eye,
happening?
and recoils slightly as it sinks into the mud.
So Volo assured me that he could extract the tadpole. And his method was to dig around with an ice pick and then, you know, just accidentally pop my eye out.
There appears to be an amount of cosmetic damage. Please, try not to overexert yourself. You're in a rather
Getting
fragile
lobotomized
state
is
at
what? It
present.
happens a lot to Dark
I
Urge.
can't help but feel partly
Kinda common.
responsible. Perhaps there is something more I can do.
But it's okay. We do this because we get a prosthetic eye that can see invisibility.
Superior relic to that old jelly you were trading.
So yes, every playthrough it is optimal to have this asshole go to town on your eye with an ice pick.
I've met you. I'm sure terribly.
Only one character can get it in your party, but you get to choose who, and anyone can do it except for Will. Will can't do it because he's already only got one eye, so the game won't let you.
Don't waste a step.
Doing well on XP and stuff. I don't know if we want to actually run around more in the Underdark right now. Finish up camp stuff. Could Will just replace his glass eye? No. Because Mizora put his prosthetic there as a monitoring device. So he's not allowed to mess with it. Hag also tells you not to redeal. Yeah, but the Hag one is just raw downsides. There's nothing good about it either. More eye trauma. As much as I want to do more, get to level 5, so we totally could with just a couple quests. I've been live for 5.5 hours, so it's an excellent stopping point. But more of this on Monday. Tomorrow's scheduled day off, but more of this on Monday. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I know these are much more low energy, low key streams, but I enjoy playing RPGs, and every once in a while I sink entirely too much stream time into an RPG. It's just kind of something I do. Anything else to add? I feel like I'm forgetting something. But yeah, no, that's it for today. Yeah, I won't rate anyone or anything. You guys can find somewhere to go. It's Saturday. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you on Monday. More Baldur's Gate. It'll probably be something like I don't know. I'll start breaking up the streams for this with other things, because on the 21st, Cyberpunk patch drops, Resident Evil 4 DLC drops, and then the 26th Cyberpunk DLC drops. So there's other things I want to play and do with stream time, but we'll see what happens. Give Jake more pets? We'll do. Everyone have a good one. Take it easy. Bye-bye.